How you guys all doing today? So in general, everyone, right? This morning, a little bit of a bearish tilt, right, or a little bit of a bearish bias here. Um, we have what kind of looks like low vol pullbacks here across the board a bit, right? We're seeing uh, kind of like low vol candles after kind of sustained selling pressure, and then now kind of gap downs, right? Those candles, if we consider these are like look at these as an arrow, right? These are pointing to the downside, and so we seem to be kind of getting a little bit of that sort of momentum here this AM, right? It could potentially be a little bit of a challenging day here. We have some headline risk kind of hanging out over our heads with sort of this debt ceiling, right, issue here in the U.S. So be curious to see how that gets resolved, right, and sort of how that plays in. Obviously, uncertainty generally tends to not be rewarded in the markets, right, and so that's going to either lead to sort of choppy conditions, right, where it's sort of like a potentially challenging day to get a clean entry, right, or in general, maybe that's more of a bias to the downside. There could be an opportunity here or the potential, right, that the market starts to price in that Republicans and Democrats are going to find some sort of solution here, right, that they're going to, yeah, my pleasure, Chris, welcome. Uh, it's going to be interesting to see how they sort of cooperate, right, and how this sort of comes together. But that's sort of the backdrop for this morning, right, or sort of for today's action. So let's kind of get over what we're looking for here, or go over what we're looking for here, and see what kind of looks up or shapes up to be sort of the sharpest trades for us this AM, right? So bias, like I said, across the board is sort of to the downside here, right? That's the price action that we're being sold here by the charts. And so we need to kind of go along with that for now, right? In this kind of, since this sort of 454 sell-off, right, all-time high sell-off, we've actually seen quite a bit of volume step in, right? So this hasn't been a super small or low volume move, right? This is going to be, or this has been sort of a sustained, right, sustained pressure, right, with full body candles, right, on full volume. So I think this is not quite a buy the dip opportunity here yet. Like I think there's still possibilities, right, that we can get some kind of downside follow through towards that like 420 area, and that could potentially be what happens here today. If we do get a lot of strength, right, I'll be happy to play reversals, right, but we're gonna need full body strong candles on stuff that tells us high conviction that buyers are actually defending this, right. Our objective today here is not to be first, it's to be right. That's how we're going to keep stacking up our winning days, right? So we're 13 green days here on the trot, and we're doing that, and we're able to find that sort of consistency because simply we're just not chasing plays that aren't there, right? So let's wait for things to tell us how to trade, right? But bias based on what we're seeing here this morning, right, should be to the downside. Very similar story here on QQQ, except arguably maybe a little bit better of a profile, right? So this volume here on Q is just a little bit stronger, right, than this volume here on the SPY. So more of an indication here that maybe sellers are in control, right? Same concept, right? Got that low vol pullback where we have that indication of maybe weak dip buyers, right? We just talked about we want to see high conviction dip buyers, and what that means is full body bullish candle, right? Something that looks like, say, this candle here, August 23rd, and engulfing volume, right? So where volume is greater than the previous volume bar. That gives you like a very visual representation, right? That buyers or sellers have regained control, right? And so we don't have that here yet. In fact, we then see sellers defend that 360 area and push price down, and then now we're gapping down here, right? So we have a little bit of some potential for some bearish continuation, and that's sort of what this thesis is this AM. Tech has been struggling with treasury note yields, like with the 10-year yield, right, pushing up towards like that 1.50. Talked about this with my members a little bit this week, right? But it's if we can get that open above 150, right, that seems to be sort of really negative pressure for tech, and we can maybe look at it a bit of a slide down. Alternatively, right, if we open sort of under that 150 area, right, we can kind of get maybe for them to trade a little bit cleaner, right, for tech to trade a little bit cleaner. Well, this morning, right, treasury opening up at 1.52. And so that's going to be a little bit of pressure onto tech. So we'll see if that thesis continues to play out. But we seem to have a lot of potential pain to the downside. If we see very strong volume candles off this opening bell, and I'm talking like larger than this closing candle, right, then we can maybe look for breakdowns under this, like yesterday's low of day, right, under say that 350, 350, towards that 350 zone. But I need to make sure that that volume is very strong because we mentioned previously, right, how there's still a little bit of headline risk, and that might create a little bit of a choppy environment. And so we'll know that it's not choppy when we get those high conviction, high volume candles, right? Same exact story here on Apple, right? A very similar looking setup, engulfing volume, right? Low vol pullback, candle that's more pointing down than up, right? And so this looks pretty much exactly the same like SPY and QQQ, right? That's a good thing for us. If one of these does start to break, right, or one of these does start to move down, we're going to have an opportunity to pick between which one's sort of showing us the most relative strength, right? So we'll be able to filter out to start trading the strongest relative setup. And so this will be what we're looking for here, right? Same concept. If we can get this breakdown under this 139, right, I think we could start moving, maybe get towards that like 136 area today, and maybe even a bit more follow through. But I don't want to fight into this zone too much here, right? Into this zone. I think this is going to be a little bit of a potential buy zone here for Apple, right, where we could kind of see some institutional support come in. So I don't want to get too greedy here. But if the market is weak, right, and this is showing us that strongest volume profile, we're going to have to trust what the market is telling us. Right. So Tesla, guys, very similar story here. Or sorry, different story actually this time, right? Microsoft and Tesla are two kind of outliers a little bit. Right. So what we have here on Tesla is like that 800 rejection. So we tried to break out up and over, tested, and now we're sort of selling off. So I'd like to see if this can give us that sort of continuation, right? After that high volume rejection, what I'm a little bit annoyed with, I guess, or is like a little bit concerning, right, to me, is that we didn't get that follow through like yesterday, right? If we get that strong volume, strong rejection on Monday, why on Tuesday are we kind of getting like an indecisive, no trend follow through day, right? So that bothers me just a little bit. And so I'd like to see if this Tesla can kind of figure out what it wants to do, right? That for me is going to be really important. If it does break down, then I certainly think we've got quite a bit of room down, right? I think we've got room down towards that 763. Under that 763, right? We've got room down towards like that 740 area. But that's a ways, right? That's certainly a ways. So I'm going to be really patient. Let's see how this wants to shape up. But I think there is a little bit of potential here this AM. If we do get strength, right, we do have this, Tesla has been holding up on relative strength, and we can still look to play these breakouts. But we need to get over now this 807, right? A hold over this 807 as we've gotten faked out at this 800 or this run up towards 800, right, a couple times. So a little bit of a higher standard, right, to the upside, or we need to be a little bit more disciplined to the upside, I should say. But I think this has some explosive potential when it does finally decide to move, right? And then sort of last but not least is this Microsoft. So Microsoft, we can maybe look to play this a little bit more aggressively as a day trade. It is still range bound sort of between that 290 area, right, and this 280, which is a pretty big range, right? A $10 range on a $300 stock is pretty punchy. But that's sort of just what we're stuck with here, right? Price is telling us what to do. That's what it is. What I do like about this Microsoft is, although it is kind of still that, say, low vol pullback, like this Apple and SPY and QQQ, right? This candle is showing us sort of that most relative strength, right? And so if we go to the documents, right, and go to the bullish candlesticks, right, we know that this candle is just a little bit, right, more looking like this normal body bullish, right, than this least bullish. And so that extra strength, right, or so that extra little bit of confidence, right, certainly tells me that this thing has some potential if the market shows us that strength this AM, right? So if it turns out to be a buy the dip market, right, but we can't get a clean dip buy, something like this Microsoft might give us that best opportunity for that clean breakout based on that relative strength. Now, obviously, we're not quite at that point here yet, right? It hasn't shown us that story at the moment. But I think there's, that is potentially in play, right? So in general, right, those are like the 5 main names that I trade and kind of what my game plan is for them. There's a few other potential names here, like this Facebook inside bar is pretty interesting to me. Palantir is gapping up like crazy here pre-market, right, on some news. So there might be a few other names that step in here this morning with really, really strong volume. And so I'll be curious to see how those come together. But we're not going to force any plays, right? My bias is towards playing SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, because they just have the most consistent and reliable option spreads, right? And so I know I can always get the execution I want at the price I want, not deal with any slippage. And when I get out, right, I'm not dealing with a 20% spread all of a sudden. And so that extra reliability when I'm dealing with leverage is incredibly valuable to me. So hopefully that makes sense here, this AM, guys. I think it looks like it could be a strong morning. So let's see how this comes together. I don't know. When do they expire? Okay, yeah. I mean, that's not, not particularly the way I trade, right? Not particularly my style. I would say your 442 calls are 100% dead. Unfortunately, I don't know. That's super aggressive. I would be really patient here, Chris, right? Let's wait till we get clean setups and not chase any lottery plays, right? So let's focus on getting the right action here, right? So I don't want to be chasing super far out of the money, right, options. What's important is that we build kind of like sustainable winning habits, right? And so if you're a noob trader, like you're describing yourself, right, this is the opportunity to learn and to not chase the money, to not get like too greedy here, right? It's really fun to catch those 100%, mega wins, but those come from bulletproofing your process, right? You get that from having a consistent, repeatable process for when you have an edge. So that would be what I would focus on learning here first, and then you can look on trying to get the most out of your plays. In general, I like to remind this to everyone, right, about kind of that greed or sort of that side of things, right, is that 10% win a day, right, or growing your account by 1% a day doubles your trading account every 70 days, right? And so that is really, really aggressive and impressive performance. And if you can achieve that, then you can accomplish all your dreams basically as soon as you want, right? Or at least they're not very far away, right? You're a year or two away from being able to accomplish all your financial goals. But the second you start, swinging for those home runs and you start going crazy, right, doing these things, you're gonna blow up and you're gonna lose all your money, right? We're on a nice little run here at DTR, right? We're 13 days green on the trot, and that's simply because we've got simple, consistent, repeatable habits, and so we just sit and wait for our trades, right? So if you want, right, this is what we're going to go over today. This is what you're going to be able to see. Hopefully, if you have any questions, right, about any plays, please ask. For those of you guys who are guests, right, I put my entry and stop loss targets as a red and green line. So green line entry, right, red line stop loss. That's sort of where I'm targeting entries, right? As a heads up for you all, right, there is a latency on YouTube. So, whatever the time it might be for me here, right, you're likely seeing this stream, 3, 5, 10, 15 seconds later, right? And so if you want to be able to make money, right, you can't be waiting for me to say that I'm in a play before you jump in, right? If I put down that green line and I put down that red line, right, that's sort of where I'm anticipating my entry target to be. Obviously, I'll try to talk you through it and kind of explain what I'm seeing at those areas. But if you're getting in late, right, and you're missing that entry area, right, you begin to skew your risk-reward ratios, and the logic becomes kind of shady, right, for being able to justify getting in that trade. So when I mark those lines, guys, right, mark them on your own charts, right, see what you're looking at, and then you can't wait for me to say, hey, I'm in, guys. I will say it every time, and I'll tell you what my entry price is and all these sort of things, but I'm not an indicator to enter a trade. So just a few minutes here to market open, guys, right? 7 minutes to market open. Things still look more bearish than bullish, right? We're not getting that much of a recovery here. Now's the time to get your execution software up, right? So make sure that you're prepared and ready to have a strong day. Let's have zero operational issues, right? No fat fingers, no playing calls. We're supposed to play puts, right? Be focused, be ready. Let's have a big day, and let's make sure that our good habits are allowing us to take advantage of today's conditions. Let's see. Let's see. What time frame are you looking at here, Carlos? Guessing the 30. So for me, Carlos, you missed your entry here again, right? So this volume bar here, right? This 830, this run up, right? This is the highest volume of the day, right? So this is your confirmation here that this is a strong move, right? So maybe your entry target is this 53,000. Okay, awesome, right? But this is your confirmation. So you missed your entry here, right? Your entry target would be, say you want that 53. Okay, right? That's your entry target. This is your setup, right? Break of high of day, right? Okay, increasing volume, next candle, right? Full body bullish, right? Highest volume bar of the day. So then you look to enter on that break of 53,000 with a stop loss at low of day and see if you could run it up. So now, right, you've missed it. Highest volume bar of the day, that's super strong, right? So, yeah, you missed your entry here. But do you understand what I mean, though? Like, why this is your confirmation, right? So there's differences sometimes, right, between the run up before and the run up after, right? The break and hold, you want to do that when the volume is weak, right, on the run up to your area of resistance, right? But when you get that super strong volume bar on the run up too, right, you can get it, right? Your momentum is building, right? And so then if momentum is building and then you want a really extra weight, right? Maybe you can wait on a shorter time frame, but you're throwing money away at that point, right? This is your strength, right? If the volume was like this 8 o'clock candle, like this 8 a.m. candle, right, on this breakout, then you want to wait for the break and hold, right? But because on this run up, right, on the candle right before the breakout, you had the highest volume bar of the day. There's nothing else to wait for there, in my opinion. All right, guys. So 1 minute here to market open, right? Let's get ready for a big day. Uh, Off this opening bell, right? Apple looks like it's the most interesting. So this will be priority number one. All right, guys. Let's get ready here, right? Let's get ready. So no trades in this first 5 minutes, right? We're gonna wait to see what this market wants to do. Once we have start to get some clues, right, we can start to take stabs at things. But let's not force plays that aren't there, guys. Right? Be patient, be disciplined. Let's take advantage of the conditions that become apparent to us. But let's not give anything away. Hey, good morning, Paco. How you doing, dude? So let's see if we can get a strong day, guys. If you're a guest, or if you guys can, please like the video and get it out to as many people as possible. If we can get this thing out to set the record for most concurrent viewers at once, I'll give away a monthly membership. So just still watching here, guys. Right, volume profile maybe on something like this SPY, right, could be maybe behaving the way we want. But let's keep watching, right? Let's keep watching. It's not ready for us here yet. Something like this Tesla, not a bad pace. Let's see if this candle can fill out. Microsoft, probably going to struggle a little bit, right? Apple, still red, but on an exceptional pace. So we have a few stuff that looks like it could be a bit strong. So this Palantir is getting crazy volume. Might be the most traded name here so far. So we'll see what continues to shape up here, guys. But we're getting some good volume profiles, at least off this opening 5 minutes. So we'll see what comes together. Obviously, something like this Apple, right? If you can get that increasing volume on this 5 and this break and hold under this area of resistance, this would be probably the favorite setup, right? That would be my favorite. But we don't want to fight the market here yet. So let's continue watching and seeing. But like I said, guys, no entries off this opening 5-min bell. Right, so now we're waiting, guys, for these for these full body bearish candles, right? This is what we're waiting for here. So let's see if we can get these things to set up in this Apple or this Facebook. Looks like maybe these mornings might fade a little bit here. Let's see. Tesla again showing us good strength. Yeah, that's fine though. It's opening up so high, right? Opening up above that 20. I'm not going to overreact to that here yet. So at this point, right, probably worth taking a look at those Facebook puts, right? If we can get these to anything that's got 2K volume or traded. So I'm looking at the 330s here, guys. Looking at the 330s. Now what we need to see, right, is that this risk reward remains justifiable. So as is, it is, right? But it can't go too much higher because we're targeting about a $1.20 move, right? So we're targeting a $1.60, call it, so you can have like an 80-cent stop loss, right? At most, we want to make sure that we have that 2-to-1 risk-reward ratio, right? We no longer have that, so we need to walk away from this Facebook setup, right? If it's not going to give it to us, right, we can't force something that isn't there, right? SPY never quite got to engulfing volume. And so all of these, we need to just wait a little bit here, guys. Right? No super clean setups anywhere. So we're going to switch to the 15-minute time frame, right? And wait for the same criteria here. Okay, so now if this Facebook doesn't want to cooperate for us here, right, we can wait for a breakdown now under this 326 area, right? Break and hold on increasing volume. We're going to have room towards Monday's low, right, at 322.60 area. So that's the next thing to watch there on that Facebook, right? Same concept. If we can get increasing volume here, happy days, right? We can watch this on the 15 as well, right? Good volume pace. So certainly looks like that momentum is there, right? Facebook has that news catalyst as well with that whistleblower and talking to Congress, right? A lot of potential pain there. In some of these indexes, right, we need to see that momentum stepping in. So momentum for us, right, looks like increasing volume on full body candles, right? Full body candle, volume above average, but not increasing volume, right? And so hard to go to the party if the volume's being turned down, right? So I think for now, this Facebook looks like it might be our best bet, or at least certainly looks like it's our strongest setup. Now, we're not chasing this breakdown here yet, right? It's a good pace, but the risk reward is not justifiable. So let's be patient, guys, here. Let's be patient. We can start looking at some puts here, right? They're starting to fill out nicely. Those 320s are pricing pretty well. The 325s look pretty good too. So that would be my bias, right? Anything that has volume traded of greater than 2,000 shares or 2,000 contracts, sorry, right, would be sort of what I'm interested in or looking for. We want to avoid this fake, guys, right? This is why we're not entering here yet, right? Let's wait for this thing to give us that full body close, right, at or near, right, our sort of perceived area of resistance. So let's wait for this on the 15, guys, right? Let's wait for this on the 15. Market is potentially showing us some signs of bullish strength, right? And so maybe we'll be able to get an entry here. SPY might give us that engulfing on volume, which would be huge, right? Apple looks like it might as well. Tesla has a chance. So let's see what kind of shapes up here over the next 5 minutes or so. But no entries here at the moment. Let's see if we can find something clean. right? So Facebook volume's great, guys, but we need to make sure that we don't get this fake out, right? Like we've had so far. So we need that close, full body close right here on the 15. We want to see this close, preferably under this 326 area, right? Best case scenario. But as long as this candle looks, like this on full body, that would be a pretty strong looking setup, right? Maybe trying to fade a little bit here from these highs on the market. Again, guys, nothing screams high conviction here yet, really, besides this Facebook. So this is sort of what I'm looking at here. I'm going to be probably playing this with the 320 puts. October 8th expiration, if this thing sets up, right? We're not quite there yet. We're still a few minutes. But I do have that option chain in front of me, and I am watching. I might look to play the 325s as well. We'll see. So let's watch, guys, right? Still watching this Facebook, seeing how it behaves. Everything else, I mean, can't enter on this, right? Need this to fill out, get towards that 140. Then we can look to climb back up, right? QQQ doesn't look like it's going to get engulfing on volume, right? Good strong candle, but not that fantastic volume profile. SPY's going to get close. This might be a tough one. We'll keep an eye on this, right, as well. But I don't know. It doesn't feel that convincing here yet from market participants. So I'm a little, I don't want to say skeptical, but I'm ready to be nimble, I think maybe is a better way of describing it. Right, if Apple kind of closes as is, right, this might be the more interesting play here, right, than this Facebook. We don't want to fight the market, right, and so this is giving us potentially a stronger looking setup. So let's take a look at those Apple calls here now, right. Really good volume profile, so this looks like it could be a interesting looking setup. Right, I'm going to be looking at the 140 calls, guys. 140 calls. Let's wait for this candle to close, right? Give it that 15 seconds. But exactly that volume profile you want to see, right? Full body candle here that looks, right? Looks like this, right? More like that. And so this looks like it's a pretty strong looking setup. I'm going to look for a breakout, right? Up and over this. Right, no entry here yet, guys. No entry here yet, but looking for a tick above that 140.20. So risk reward is still in play here, right? Risk reward is still in play. I'm looking at the 140 calls, guys. Looking at the 140 calls. The stop loss is okay. Yeah, it's 20, 30 cents at the moment. Oh, now it might be more. right? So I think the risk reward is still justifiable here, right? But not sure if this is a full size play. Right, maybe a little bit smaller, right? 36 cents. I'm looking at those 140s. So looking at a, call it a 15-cent stop loss. It's not bad actually, right? It's actually not bad. It's gonna be tight. So it might be able to justify this on like 4/5 size, something like that. So looking for a breakout over this 140.20, guys. 140.20. Yeah, perfect, Paco. That's good logic. That's perfect. Right. So for those guys interested, right, green line entry, right, red line stop loss targets for myself. If this sets up as is, risk reward is still pretty justifiable. We have about $1 room up towards that sort of next little area of resistance, right? Plan here is on that first decent pop if we get one, right? Look to take some off, de-risk, and then see if we can get this thing to run up. Um, wouldn't mind this closing as an inside bar, right? Low vol pullback, and then breaking, right? Giving us an even tighter risk reward ratio. But we'll see, right? Happy to still take a stab at this if it goes now. If this stop loss gets greater than, say, 45, 50 cents, probably going to walk away or wait for it to set up on a tighter risk reward basis. This market maybe is starting to struggle a little bit here, right? And so we'll keep an eye on that Facebook if it does show us that weakness. So let's just keep an eye out on this here, guys. Can't chase here yet on this Facebook, right? This volume is really sneaky low. Can't chase here yet. It's a trap. Right, Apple not ready for us yet either. Right, full body candle, not quite engulfing on volume, but hard to be convinced by that story. Right, so Carlos, if in here, right, this is what I mean. There's different times to play different times, or different times to play different types of breakouts or breakdowns, right? So on this Facebook, we can't play this level break here, this 325.80 level break yet, because we don't have momentum behind that move, right? The momentum has disappeared as it goes. So we need to see that break and then the momentum come into support, right? So now we need to see on this Facebook, right, a break and hold and then increasing momentum. Contrary to that Bitcoin, right, if we had like this 935 volume candle, right, was this volume candle, right, 10 minutes later, well then at that point, right, we can look to enter on this initial level break because we can make the argument that that momentum is already in supporting the play. Hope that makes sense. again, challenging morning here, guys, right? No plays, unfortunately. So continue to remain really patient, right? We should be able to get a setup here, but we need to wait for a high conviction play, right? We're only 20 minutes in, so let's not get discouraged, right? It's still a long day ahead, but we need to make sure that we find the strongest plays for ourselves here. All right, so maybe we're starting to see some residual weakness here, right? So if we're seeing that weakness, our maybe weakest looking play was probably this Facebook, right? So I'll continue to keep an eye on that. Volume profiles, right, on these 5-minute candles here, okay, increasing. But we have too much evidence in front of us, right, of such high volume. So these are, yeah, good looking, but in context, right, not that strong. Similar story here for Q. If this loads, right, maybe a little bit better, but still, right, like this is, if this was your Wi-Fi signal, you wouldn't have very good signal for your Wi-Fi, right? So you don't want to take a stab at that there. We can look at this Facebook maybe now starting to be as like a consolidation here under this range. I still want this thing to break down. Maybe it's going to go for us not like next 30-minute candle, but I think Facebook is still worth keeping an eye on here. But again, guys, we need to wait to see this thing go. Right, if we can get this thing to give us a full body close, right, on the 30-minute time frame, right, then we can look to enter on this break, right, because increasing volume, right, good momentum, but we need this candle to look kind of more like this, right, like one of these first three, and it's not quite there yet. Right, so now if we see longer context, right, these 30-minute time frames, things are starting to look much more bearish than bullish, right? Much more bearish than bullish. So let's be a little bit patient here now, right? Our bias has been to the downside this morning. So let's see if we can find that very clean setup, right? We love this volume profile here on this Facebook. That for me looks like it's the best. SPY's looking good too though, right? Increasing volume. Looks like it certainly has room down towards that 426 area. So it could be some potential there too. Right, Apple, good increasing volume. Finding a bit of a rejection here at that 142, going down. So if this thing can break, right, there's potential here as well. So this looks like this could be a busy next 30 minutes here, guys. Right, so hold on to your hats, right, get ready, be focused. But it looks like there's a lot of stuff setting up here potentially in this next 30-minute period. For those who are potentially interested in this Apple play, guys, just like a 2.5 minutes, right? So no rush. I'm looking at the 139 puts. 139 puts. And we got about $1 room down, hopefully room down towards that 136. SPY looks pretty interesting as well here, right? More selling volume than any bar yesterday, right? And so that helps with some conviction here as well. Not chasing here yet though, guys, right? This is still fairly choppy, right? We're still waiting for those high conviction candles. So let's wait, right? We still got 2 minutes. Lots can change. Let's take a look, Colin. 1 sec. What's the option volume like? Yeah, I'm starting to look for puts here, Chris, but you might have jumped the gun just a little bit. Right, we have a setup at the moment, right? No confirmation here yet. So I always like to wait for confirmation. That's really important to me. Yeah, let's just see how this like. I get you there, Chris. I always like to wait for my confirmation right before I look to get in. Sometimes you get that little head fake here at this opening candle, right? At this next range candle, and so that can become a little bit challenging, right? I think this looks pretty good though, to be honest, guys. So let's see how this holds here, right? Let's see how this holds. Yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid, right? Trying to avoid the nail biting, right? If we're right, we should be right away. All right, guys, I'm in here in the SPY. I'm in. Right, really good volume pace here. We're going to get well above average. So I am in here, guys. Average price, 121. All right, guys. So remember, first decent pop we got in the SPY, right? Going to look to take some off, right? Going to look to take some off on that first decent pop. And so for me, that's 10%, right? Trying to look to take some off at 10%. Let's see if we can go, right? That's pretty much there now. Right, all right, I closed a little bit of my position here now, guys. Right, now going entry protection mode. So stop loss is at 129, right? And I'm gonna just keep seeing if this thing can keep running for us to the downside. I don't use RSI. See this thing can keep running to the downside here, guys. Right, RSI can stay in overextended or underextended conditions for unlimited amounts of time. Right, it's interpreting price. So instead of trusting something to interpret price for me, I'd rather make my own analysis on price. And for me, the best way to do that is through candlesticks and volume. No, it's fine. It's a good question to ask. It's just I think it's just really misleading, right? I think it can be really, really misleading. Okay, guys, we're in great shape here on this SPY play, right? We're in great shape here. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us some follow through. I'm going to look to take a little bit further off here in a second, right? Around that 150 area on those 427 puts. And let's see if we can keep climbing up, guys. But we are in great shape here. In great shape. So, Chris, if you want to join, right, I trade like this with DTR members day in, day out. And so if you're ever interested, you can join at www.dtrtrading.com. And we trade like this day in, day out. I just do Wednesdays free to get people interested. All right, guys, I am out. Yes, sir. DTR. I'm out, guys. So small little win, right? Nothing crazy, but got a little bit shaky there. Might have another re-entry here if it wants to give us, right, a second crack. Um, but not quite ready yet. Or like it's not ready to give us that mega follow through yet. So I'm not ready to chase this down. So I am out of this for now, right? Good volume profile, but just didn't want to give us that follow through, right? We had a lot of buyers step in and support. So I'm just gonna stay away at the moment, right? Locked in a pretty small win there, right? Locked in a pretty small win, but let's see if something else can continue setting up, right? This thing might come again for us, but want to just shake ourselves out, right? Protect, take our profit, right? Take this next entry if it goes. So I will take a second stab at this if this thing goes, guys, right? Under this 427.60 area. But just same plan, right? Same plan as that last time where it's, takes them off at the first 10%, right? Protect entry, keep just scalping away. All right, guys, I am back in at 143. Back in at 143. So let's see if we can get that next little pop here, right? And I'm going to look to take some off, right? Again, at that first 10%. am out of this though, guys. I am out of this. Apologies for not saying anything. It's just pretty choppy, I think, right? Like high volume selling pressure, and then you're getting like high volume dip buying pressure, right? So you're kind of like squeezing pressure together here. There's not much that's telling us any consistent story, right? Not much that's telling us a consistent story. So we'll see. I still think the SPY looks more, bearish than bullish, but we need price action to cooperate with our thesis, right? Otherwise, there's nothing there. Chris, I'm not going to encourage that sort of behavior, right? It's not a lottery. If you want to go to the casino, man, go somewhere else, right? Pick your shots. Don't just shoot. Guys, if you could just buy a call and a put, and you're guaranteed to make money on one of them, everyone would just do that, and there would be no market, right? So that's not how things work. Honestly, guys, these are really gross opening, say, 45 minutes here. This is nasty, nasty. So let's be really, really patient. See if we can find something, but I don't see much that's screaming out to me that it needs to be played. Hell yeah, dude. You got to know which options to play too, right? We're happy to play weekly options because we're scalpers, right? Or at least I'm a scalper. So in and out quickly, right? Where you're in a trade for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes, right? And you're only in a different one if you're up big, right? And so that's how we kind of protect ourselves from that time decay, right? You gotta know which options suit your trading style, right? You can't trade daily options on an all-day time horizon because it's never gonna make any money. SPY looks interesting here, guys. SPY calls, right? October 8th expiration, right? These look interesting here. So yeah, Chris, it just sounds like you need to learn a few skills and build a bit of a foundation. Do you trade full time? What's your situation? Right. I don't want to be too much of a salesman here, right? But this is kind of why DTR exists, right? Help people like yourself, right, learn those good winning habits, and hopefully find consistent success, right? And I'm sure there's maybe members that can give you a better perception of what DTR has done for them, right, versus me. Yeah, it never set up, right? Set up never. Facebook never set up for us, Andres. No trigger. Why do you want your Series 7? You want to work for someone on Wall Street or something? Yeah, fair, fair. Not quite there for. it's just a sanity thing, right? So it's about give yourself a chance, right, to survive a play, right, where you can trade the chart versus having to trade your P&L, right? And so if you're starting to deal with a lot of time decay, or you're starting to do it, that extra little time pressure makes it harder for you to want to trust the chart you're trading. That's really the main, right? It's a mental difference. Guys, looking at the SPY here, right? Looking at the SPY here, this is going to require a smaller position size, but I like the 432 calls, right? 432 calls or 433 calls. This spot here, so I'm looking for entries at the moment. I'm in at 159, guys. 159 on this SPY here. Right, gonna look to see if we can get in. Not quite a full-size play. This is a half-size play for me, right? Because the stop loss is quite big, but that risk reward is still $1.60, right? So 80-cent stop for about $1.73 reward, right? Is what it's calculated out to be. First decent pop, we're almost there. Gonna look to take some off, right? Locking in a little bit of profit. This one came together pretty quick, so I apologize for that. Looking to take some off at 10%, guys. Didn't quite get there. I got to about like 8%, and they didn't quite go. Like I said, my entry is 160. So I'll try and take some off at this like 177 area. Yeah, in at 160, Paco. In at 160. Right, really good volume profile, guys. Right, volume increasing. Right, still got a minute to go on this candle. Right, we're in great shape. We're in great shape. All right, took a little bit off now. Right, now it's entry protection mode. Stop loss, call it 165 will be my stop. And we'll look to take some off every little bit. But we're in great shape here. 433s, 433s. Dude, I don't trade on margin. You don't need a margin account. Cash is better. Yo, guys, the SPY's flying. Let's go. All right, guys, I'm going to take a little bit more off here, right, as we approach this $2 mark, right? That's going to be 20%. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Another penny. There we go. All right, I'm out. So I've got, all right, not out. I've closed most of my, yeah, same play, Rusty, same play. I'm protecting most of my position here. I've got about 2/3 of my position left. Protecting my position at 185. Stop loss is 185. Now let's see if we can get that breakout up and over, right? And then maybe try to fill that gap up. But we are in great shape here, guys. Great shape, right? It's exactly the same setup here, Rusty. Um, exactly the same. So actually, I've pushed my stop loss a little bit higher, guys. It's 189. It's 189. I'm just gonna make sure that I'm protecting just a little bit extra. I think we're in great shape here, though, right? There's no pain. We got the same setups, right? Pretty much across the boards, right, on these plays. So let's see if we can kind of get that continuation follow through. But really, really nice little win here, even on half size, right? Turning into a nice strong day, right? This is now a 1% day. You talk about 1% a day, right? It's going to change your life. And so, right, priority going forward now on any play we take or any play I take is capital preservation, right? I'm not going to be greedy. I'm going to feel worse if I give away a green day than if I add to it, right? That feeling of feeling bad about giving it all away is going to feel more, it's going to be more emotional, right, than adding to a winning day. So let's not give anything up, right? Let's make sure we keep locking in wins. But really, really well done, guys. Right, so talked about this this morning right off the bat, right? Rusty's we're talking about how like you need to anticipate entries, right, and make things your own, right? Rusty doing us showing us a really good example of that, right? You learn how to trade, right? You learn what we can do. You see opportunities, and then you pick which one you feel most comfortable with, right? Which one you think you can apply your personality to, and Rusty's crushing it with this trade. Hell yeah, dude! But more than anything, Rusty, it's conditions are back to where they should be, right? Or where we thrive. That summer, summer conditions was really thin volume, really choppy, really limited volatility, and so we're always going to struggle in those sort of conditions. So I trade five core names, Chris. SPY, QQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. Yeah, Colin. So we're basically been trading this setup here, same setup, right? You now want to see it probably hold right above its gap up area and then go, but it's just trying to fade a little bit. All right, guys, I am out of the SPY play. I got stopped out, hit my stop loss, um, but it's basically the same play we were just playing. So we tried to play, or we played this hammer, right? Basically this hammer breakout to the top, and then we're trying to see if we can get those gap fills. Now on this gap fill entry, right, you want to see candle close right above this high of day here now because you're getting that fake out, and then it can run. So maybe something like this QQQ, guys, might be looking really strong. Let's go. Nice work. Good scalp. Really good scalp. Right. So that's the other way of giving yourself like that, like just mental space, right, to be able to manage the play the way you need to is to play more in the money contracts, right? So you didn't have to play. You didn't have to play like the 440s, right? You can play the 425s or the 428s like you did there, right? And that gives you more mental space, right, to stick with a winning play. So really, really well done. So not a bad little morning there, guys, right? 2 for 3 in what's been a really choppy condition, right? 2 for 3. Can't really complain about that. Should be green, hopefully, guys. Hopefully, should all be green. So not a bad little morning for us all there, right? Just keep stacking up these 1% wins, right? These 1% days, and you're going to double your account every 70 days, right? Don't get carried away. Don't get greedy, guys, right? When things are there, right, things are there. Something like this QQQ might give us a second setup here, right, for this low vol pullback. So this is something worth keeping an eye out on as well. Let's see how this thing reacts, right? Let's see how this thing reacts. I think I probably want to see, at least halfway through this candle, right, to see if that volume pace is going to be increasing. I want to see an indication of momentum stepping in here before I look to chase this break up, right? In that meantime, right, as we're kind of waiting for this thing to come together, start looking at some calls here, right? So I think those 360s for October 8th look pretty reasonable. That would be sort of what my bias is here. What we want to see, though, guys, right, is that momentum looking like it's going to come in. So Colin, right, now on this Apple, similar concept, right, on this that QQQ. You want to see if that pace looks like it's going to be overwhelming, right? That's what we're looking for here. So at the moment, we're still getting that fake out, right? So let's get that hold, right? And then we can look to go. We need to see that extra little sign of strength after that little bit of hesitation, right, at those highs of days. Cheers, Chris. Cheers. I appreciate that. Right? Really good volume pace so far on this cube, but we need to see it hold, right? We need to see it hold now. So that's going to be priority number one. So hard to say that these look ready here at the moment, right? Hard to say they look ready. So I think we need to be a little bit patient here, guys. A little bit patient, right? Increasing selling volume is not what you want to see as you're going into a breakout, right? That just doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't tell you that same consistent story. So I think we need to be a little bit patient, right? That might have been the action, or the majority of the action that we're going to be able to get this AM. So we'll see, right? We'll see what shapes up here. But yeah, some stuff that does look tempting to me, right? Like this Palantir, we could probably fill this gap down at some point. But you know, that volume profile, right, just decreasing, so not ready for us yet. So I would say in general, right, we have a couple stuff that has been pretty fun to trade, and we've had a little bit of action, but no real big follow through, pretty choppy. And so we kind of have to assume now that that volume is drying up a little bit, right, that's going to be what conditions are like here for this this sort of last period of this morning, right? So I don't know if I'm going to get any sort of clean setups here at the moment. Do you guys have any questions about any sort of the plays we took this AM? Anything along those lines? I'm just going to step away for a second, right? Make a quick cup of coffee. But I will be back in a few minutes. So if you guys have any questions, right, or any charts you're looking at, or any plays you're interested in, right, let's pop them in the chat. Let's go over them. If you have any trades that you took that you want reviewed, right, let's go over them while we wait for sort of this next thing to set up. Otherwise, right, going to be here sipping my coffee looking for trades. Yeah, I like that, but I need it on the 5, right? So here we're starting to look a lot better. 1 minute candles. Sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce your username. It's like random characters to me, so I apologize. I want to see full body, right? Full volume on the 5. I feel like on the 1 min time frame, the signals become too noisy to me. And so I end up just confusing myself if I use the 1 min. So if we can get this thing to hold, right, on full body, certainly have that good increasing volume here so far, right? But we need this candle to look like this candle here, right? 24 is going to be a bit of a psych level too, right? So we're going to expect it to be defended, right? And so even though that this volume is pretty high, we can tell from this wick here so far, right? Okay, sorry, Dean. Yeah. We could tell with this wick so far, right, that even though this volume bar is red and this candle's red, a lot of this volume seems to be dipped buyers protecting, right? So we need to see those get taken out, and we see those get taken out when we get a candle that looks like this, right? Or that looks like this, or that looks like this. When we have that heavy top wick, right, or sorry, heavy bottom wick on a bearish candle, right, this just looks like it's buyers pushing price up, right? And so even though this volume is red and it's increasing, not telling us that consistent story, right? And so we need that consistent story before we look to jump in. I can't enter, right, on this breakdown here, right? So this is where we use our multi-time frame analysis, right? So we had our setup triggered, and we look for confirmation on the first time frame we can, right? So that's going to be on the 5 minute time frame because I don't use the 1, right? Too much signal noise, right? So wait for because the volume is decreasing on this run up, right? Consolidating. We need to see increasing volume on the break and hold, right? We got that, right? But it didn't hold, right? So because it didn't hold, we need to now filter our criteria and become more strict, right, with what we're looking for. Doesn't mean the setup is dead, just means that it's going to set up for us. If we do get an entry, right, it's going to be a setup for us on a longer time frame. So now we're waiting for a full body close and increasing volume on this 15 min, right? The way this volume profile is shaping up is it certainly looks like we're going to get that full body, increasing volume close, right? Now it's just a question of if we get that full body candle, right? If it does, then we got to recalculate our risk reward ratio, right? Make sure it makes sense. But you know, that's how we use the multi time frames, right? You don't use the multi time frames to do your all your analysis, right? You do your analysis on the daily, on the 4 hour, right? On the long term time frames, and then you see what happens after that, right? Then you use the shorter time frames, right, to get you your moments of confirmation, to justify your risk reward, right, to do all those sort of things, right? Don't do your analysis on the short time frames. For what, Colin? Oh, for Apple, for Apple. Where do you see that inside bar? I don't see one. Well, let's keep an eye on this Palantir close, right? Let's see what this volume, what this candle finishes as. Preferably, you want to close under 24, right? That's gonna be pretty telling. And the fuller the body, the better, right? Waiting for this thing to close, though. Let's not jump the gun here, guys, right? Let's not jump the gun. I'm looking at the 25 puts on Palantir. Those look pretty reasonable, right? The 24s look pretty reasonable as well. It's whatever kind of suits your budget. Right, so that's good volume here, guys, right? This is what we want to see on the 15, right? So now we're going to start looking for entries under here, right? Stop loss is 23.96 area, right? Requires a few penny stop, right? Remember, these contracts are cheap, but the delta is high, right? And so you got to be able to calculate your risk reward exposure, right, or where your stop loss needs to be. This is skewing our risk reward ratio, right? So this is not the first time this has happened here today, where now we have to be patient again, right? There's just no entry here. Well, there could be an entry, right? I shouldn't say that. What I should say is, and what's that, Colin? Right, with this Palantir here now, guys, right? It's we need to make sure that every trade is a 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right? So if we start off every trade assumption with that it's a coin flip, and then we apply our edge, right? So assume it's a coin flip, apply our edge. That gives us an extra little bit of strength, right? And so we assume it's a coin flip. The only way to justify flipping a coin is if the reward is greater than 50-50, right? And so that's what our starting point should always be. So, Colin, on your Apple Play here, you just jumped the gun just a little bit early, right? That's really the truth. So, I'm assuming you entered on the break of this, say, 140.30, right, on this candle. So, not quite an inside bar. It kind of looks like a low vol pullback, right? Not perfect one, but it's fine, right? You can still look to enter on, right? But because you have that extra little uncertainty, you need that extra little bit of clarity, right, when you get in. So you wanted to wait on increasing volume and close above your entry target and then look to enter. So, like you said, you have no reason to sell, but I think you jumped in just a little bit too early, and you could have still been waiting for an entry versus in one. Right, guys, Palantir. It's back towards where we want to look for an entry, right? But we're not taking a stab here yet. Making a higher high after this sort of consolidation breakdown is not a bearish signal for us, right? So we need to see this thing to break on increasing volume, right? We're not getting that yet, so let's wait for this thing to break and hold on increasing volume, and then we can look to enter. It's a game of patience, guys. It's a game of patience. stop yourself out? Right, guys, for those of you who aren't DTR members and are interested in joining or curious in joining, right, I still have a few spots left at the discounted price. So if you guys are interested in joining, right, you can join for 50% off, right, $125 a month. Accountable anytime. You get access to all the DTR docs, private Discord. Basically, you get trading like this day in, day out, right? And so, obviously, my job is to teach you guys how to trade and to show you guys how to trade, to help you develop your own trading thesis and ideas. But also, I want to teach you guys how to fish, but at the same time, right, show you actionable ideas, right, as they sort of come up, right, like you've seen today. So for those of you who are interested, right, still have a few spots left at that discounted price, right, 50% off, and that it'll be done, right, as soon as those spots get filled. So no hard sell here, guys, right? You saw what it's like this morning, 2 for 3. This is going to be 14 days in a row green. There's not many places that are this consistent, right? This transparent and this motivated and focused on getting you to be the best trader you can be, right? We're not an alert service. We're an education mentorship service. And I think members will agree that it's had a positive impact on their trading. So if you guys are interested, right, like I said, couple spots left. right? Someone was asking earlier about why, or like what the core five is, or why I trade core five names. And the answer to that's it's kind of twofold, right? But the primary objective is that you become an expert, right, in the names that you follow day in, day out, right? You start to become much more aware of their little intricacies, right? Their little market structure details, um, their interesting little pain points, right? That you might not understand if you're bouncing around to some other name, right? And so, there's a lot of consistency, right, that comes from trading these names with the tight option spreads, right? That keeps it, for me, that makes using the leverage, right, of options very justifiable. Um, but there's also a lot of consistency, right, in following these names on a day in, day out basis, right? It's not really, our job as traders isn't really to think what retail is doing, or what the Reddit crowd is doing, or what the Twitter crowd is doing. It's for us to be sort of on the sides of institutions, right? It's for us to be on the sides of the big boys, the big banks, the big hedge funds, because when they get into plays, right, that's when those are the whales, right? Those are the guys you want to be following. They clear the path for you and make it easy to just clean up their little gains, right? Like beside every whale, there's always like a little ecosystem that you can eat off of. And so basically that's what our objective is as retail traders, is to like live off of that ecosystem. And so it's easy to do that if we're able to have consistency in some, five names, in the names we look at and the names we play. And realistically, right, if we're going to get action, well, Tesla's always been volatile, right? Apple's always going to have some option volume, right? If we want that extra volatility, we can go same day expiration calls on SPY, right? And so it gives us a lot of flexibility in how we can behave as traders. Obviously, there's going to be times where, these core five names aren't the ones for us, right? Or they aren't the best setup of the day. And so we have a little bit of flexibility in that, right? And we have some, 70 or so other high volume names that we'll look at. But the standard to trade those, right, needs to be much higher, because we don't have that same level of familiarity with them. So I always recommend becoming an expert in a few names or in a specific stock, and then, right, getting just really, really good at winning those names, right? You can always add more. You can always add layers of complexity, but we've had plenty of trades today, right? Trading five different names, and we can find one or two really strong setups a day. So let's not get greedy, right? Let's not get greedy. We talked about this before, right? 10% win a day will change your life. So that's all we're going for here, guys, right? Slow and steady wins this race. And slow and steady in this context is doubling your account every 70 days. Yeah, absolutely, Paco, absolutely. So guys, just being really patient here, right? Nothing looks particularly clean or convincing here at the moment. So we're just going to be really, really patient, right? Been a bit of a bloody, choppy day. So pretty happy to be green, right? So let's not give anything up. We're going to just remain patient. In the meantime, we'll be making a little bit of lunch. I'll be here till about 12, and then we'll look to go for lunch. But still going to be here, guys. If you have any questions, right, fire them away. I just don't see anything clean setting up, so I don't want to force any plays. Right, for those who been trading with us, right, I would say the majority of our plays, right, like 80% of the DTR plays kind of happen in the first hour, right, first 90 minutes, we can even call it, right, of the trading day. Outside of that, right, you're not going to miss too much. So if you're not a full-time trader or you can't commit full-time, you're not really going to miss out on too many opportunities. Hey, no worries, Dean. How's it going, Henderson? What happened, Chris? What happened? Well, we can just wait, Chris, right? We can just wait until it does. A lot of what trading is just being patient, right? Being disciplined and waiting for our setups to happen. Nothing we can do until it does, right? There's nothing worth doing until it does. Yeah, I feel you, Henderson. Hopefully it goes by quick for you as well, and you can get you back in here and hopefully making some money. Yeah, but Chris, why? Like, come on, man. That's a dumb decision. We already talked about this, right? It's like, why are you doing that? Don't just trade for the sake of trading, dude. You're gonna blow up your account. Well, I'm glad you view that as an improvement, Colin, but it's too big. It's too big of a loss, right? Like you should be sizing down. That's too big. Position sizing is too big. As in, you held it too long, or you got a bad fill. right? So good thing we avoided this Palantir, right, guys? Like, it gave us enough clues in this run up, right, that we knew we had to wait for that increasing volume, right? We got it good here, but this candle not telling us that right story. So, right, we're getting mixed signals, right? We're getting those mixed signals. So, right, that's this one here, right? So, it's really important, guys, that we trust, right? We pair up our volume analysis, right, with our candlestick analysis to tell us the relative strength, right? If this candle is going to look, you know, look like this, right? Or you know, have a lot of dip buyers protecting it, we can't trust that this is a momentum building candle, right? Because that tells us dip buyers. So if you guys can see, right, it tells us dip buyers. And so we need to avoid that, right? So there's no clear entry here, right? We wanted to wait for the 15 min, but then same story, right? Where there was no candle here that looked like super convincing, right? That looked like it was going to be a super easy trade, right? Same story here on the 30, right? And now on this 30 min candle, right? We didn't qualify as getting increasing volume, right? So even though that candle finally got better, right? We never qualified it as increasing volume. And so we have to stay away, right? And we stay away because we have no expectation of a clean follow through on this trade, right? So that's what all these signals are telling us, right? Hey, Sim, yeah, let's take a look. Good increasing volume on this breakout through consolidation. Is there a news catalyst here or something? Do you know why it's so strong volume-wise today? These options are very expensive. This would be your entry here, right? This would be your entry here. Uh, these options are very expensive, so I'm not super interested. The IV on these options is 80%. Just too much for me, too much. Did you end up taking that entry, Sim? right, guys. So I think that's going to be. I'm going to take off for lunch here, right? I don't really see anything setting up. Nothing that looks like it's high conviction, so I'm not interested in giving any money away, right? They tend to, or volume tends to disappear, right? Kind of over this lunch period. And then we can look for so we can get a clean setup sort of towards that power hour period. So like always, I'll be back for around 1:30, and we can see if we can find something clean then. But let's not force anything over lunch, guys, right? Don't give anything away. If you're green, hope you're sitting on a nice green day. Otherwise, right, don't make any dumb decisions trying to get it all back. You get it back from taking the right disciplined shot. Don't FOMO yourself into a play. So we'll be back in a little bit, guys. See you for about 1:30. Jonathan, if you're still here, you're definitely right. It has been going insane. This 12:30 candle bar, really surprising, right? Highest volume bar of the day. Really, really impressive. What maybe does become a little bit challenging here is we need to clear, it needs to clear, right, this kind of hurdle here, right? That 133.30 area. That seems to be some sort of resistance, right? Or seems to be kind of getting stuck there. So that would be it. But this is generally not one I trade. Not enough information really there for me yet. But if this is something you're looking at, right, I would wait for that 133.50 area. So we're just looking away here, guys, right? Back from lunch. We seem to have kind of gotten to a period of some consolidation here, right? So low volume, full body candles, right? Not telling us very consistent stories. So this is going to require some patience from us. We haven't been getting many setups in the afternoons here recently, right? And so there's nothing here suggesting at the moment that we have anything immediate. So again, keeping really patient. Might be a bit of a slower one here this afternoon, but we caught our win in the morning. So let's see what we can find here, maybe a little bit later. But I don't want to force anything here, guys, right? So being pretty patient, right? Being really conservative, and let's see if something strong comes up. So this SPY here, right? This is where things can maybe start to get a little bit interesting, right? We have a little bit of a area of limited resistance, right? Like $1.50, give or take, above us, right above that 431.50. So we've got a little bit of potential here, right? Consolidating pretty much all day long. If we can now break out of this consolidation period on strong volume, right, and that's going to be volume above average, probably volume greater than this 11 o'clock candle, right, then we can probably fill up, right, this gap, right? We have a chance to really do some good damage here. Other than that, right, I think there's some setups that look similar, but maybe not like that same risk reward profile, right? So like that Apple looks really similar, right? But then that area of low resistance is like 20 cents. QQQ, right, very similar looking setup, but then there's no gap to fill. Tesla, right, is similar looking, pretty much identical looking price action, right, but no gap to fill, right? And so I think that complicates things a little bit, right? This Microsoft, same story. Maybe this could be better, right? This is increasing volume here. So maybe there's some strength in this Microsoft. So we have a couple stuff to look at here, right? But I really don't want to force these plays. So we have a couple stuff if these consolidations want to break out. But we need to wait for them to do that first, right? We're not going to assume they're going to do that. We need to see the evidence of it, right? Or at least get a huge outlier volume bar, right? Which gives us confidence that there's strength in these moves. So for now, right, still require a little bit of patience. But at least we have something to look out for and something to potentially trade. Right, guys, we're certainly not going to chase this thing on the breakout here yet, right? Microsoft looks stronger, right? Certainly looks stronger. So this would be maybe the more likely candidate, right? If we can kind of get that continued sign of strength. What we don't have here, though, in Microsoft is like a very clean scale up here yet, right? So it's still like a couple volume bars that are outliers, right? But no real sustained action, right? So big pop, fade, right? So we still need to see this hold on increasing consistent volume, right? We don't have those profiles here yet. So again, let's be really, really patient. We have some nice consolidation, right? The closer it can break out to 2 p.m. or later, right, the better, because we can start to get more anticipation of volume coming in. But at least we've got some stuff that looks pretty clean. So good volume, right, on the SPY, but we need better, right? We need better. It's not good enough, right? Much better on Microsoft, right? But we just talked about how it's still not the most consistent of profiles, right? So let's wait for this to break and hold, and then we can look to see which has given us the most relative strength, right? For now, none of these look really that ready, or they're not ready for us yet, at least, right? They're not ready for us. So now, guys, right, we have confirmation, or we have setup, right? We need to see a good increasing volume on this hold. Certainly looks like it's going to happen, right? But let's see how this candle closes. This candle closes full body, right? Full body, full volume. We can have some confidence that this is a setup trigger, right? Let's see if this thing wants to go. Alright, so I've just sent out the alert. I'll be looking at the 290 or 292.5 calls. If you want to be really ambitious, right, you can look at the 295s. But I would be a little bit careful there, guys, right? Just a little bit careful. What we want to do now is see if we can get kind of a fill towards this gap. So we'll be targeting this like 292, right? And then that like 293.20 area. So that means we need to keep this stop loss sort of within 50 cents or so, right? Our first level up is about $1. So if our stop loss needs to be greater than 50 cents, right, that's going to be one where we have to walk away. So we still got another minute, right? But really good volume profile here on this candle now, where this is going to be the greatest volume in this breakout. So if we get this to continue being strong volume, right, which it's going to be, and then strong candle, right, we'll have a high conviction signal. We need to wait for this candle to close though, right, because we don't know how strong it is until it closes. Okay, so let's keep an eye on this, guys, right? Okay, so really good close there, right? Really good close. I'm looking at, like I said, guys, the 290 calls here, right? 290 calls if we can get this breakout up and over, right? 291.29 is going to be sort of our area of, our entry target, right? Call it 291.30, right? Breakout up and over. It looks like it has some strength. And like I said, I'm looking at the 290 calls here, guys. 290 calls. Stop loss can be low of entry candle. So wherever the bottom of this candle is. All right, approximately here at the moment, right? Whatever this red line is. So for now, that's giving us a approximately 30-cent stop on a contract that has a 50-cent delta, right? So we can get this pretty tight if we can get this risk reward to remain justifiable. So let's see if this thing can hold up for us, right? And then give us a pop. Okay, watching carefully here, guys, right? Watching carefully. So looking for entries above that 291.30. All right, guys, I am in at 298.5 on those 290 calls. So now let's see if this thing wants to give us a bit of follow through to the upside, right? Stop loss is going to be this white line here. I'm going to change it to red just so everyone's aware. But same way we've been trading all these plays today, right? First decent pop we get towards that 10% mark, right? Look to take some off and de-risk, and then keep seeing if we can get some follow through up and over that, right? Let's not get greedy. Let's just keep stacking up little wins, guys. Let's just keep stacking them up. Looking good here so far, guys, right? Not quite a pop, but we're getting close, right? We're getting really close to that 10% mark. So have a plan here, guys, right? To de-risk, take a little bit off, and see if we can get a little bit of lucky follow through, right? That's all we're trying to do, is to get to a position where we have a lottery ticket that is at zero risk. I'm still in pretty much just at entry price, right? So we haven't had a take profit here yet, Paco. So just kind of hanging out at entry price. If you missed out on this, there might be a opportunity if this goes low vol pullback inside bar, right, to enter on a break of this high. But still at entry price here, right? I'm in at 299 on those 290 calls, right? And the ask is 305, bid 298. So still a scratch play here. So let's see if this thing finally wants to pop for us, guys, right? Let's see if this thing finally wants to pop. All right, now a little bit above entry price, but I'd like to see this thing get to that 10%, right? Otherwise, might just cut it. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, there is an entry here, Paco, right? If you can get this thing to break out up and over right? Wait for this thing to give you a little pullback, right? And then go. But certainly is some potential here if you're interested. I'm looking at the 290 calls, or I'm in the 290 calls, I should say. And so there could be an entry, right, on this breakout over this 291.60 area. Right, you'd want to keep your stop loss pretty tight on this, right? Where if it doesn't break out after this entry, right, you just get out. It might not break for you then. But this looks like it could be behaving well. And if we keep an eye, Paco, just to make you feel better, right? Like, look at what this index or what the markets have done today, right? This has not exactly been a banner day during the day, right? It's not been particularly easy conditions. All right, guys, so this is going to be getting pretty close to that 10% mark here, right? Getting pretty close to that 10% mark. Going to look to take some off here in a second. So yeah, if you're not in already, Paco, I think you missed it, dude. Yeah, 20 cents short, 20 cents late. All right, guys, so I've thinned off my exposure here, right, at 10%. Now protecting my entry. So stop loss is at, we'll call it 310, right? Just give myself a little bit of extra breathing room. And let's see how far this thing can go. But we're in great shape here, guys. We are in great shape. Yeah, exactly, right. So I don't know what your process is, Paco, but hopefully, like, what you're doing is you're seeing where I draw the lines, right, and then you're setting that on your chart and then watching there. Let's go, Colin. Let's go. Well, good job, dude. Good job, man. Let's go. I'm still in here, right? But I have taken profit, right? I am protecting entry. So now I'm just trying to see if this thing will give us that follow through, right? We've already had that 292 touch, so let's see if we can get this thing to break and hold on high volume. Nice. Hey, really good recovery, Colin. Really good. Nice work, dude. And way to not get greedy on this play, right? You don't need to get it all back in one go, right? There's days you're going to have to, like, you're going to finish red. That's the way it goes, right? So you got to learn how to lose the right way. So good job, dude. So guys, maybe not the craziest of days, right? Maybe not the busiest one, right? Not the biggest follow through, but that's now 3% or 3 plays we've gone to 10%, right? And so that's a pretty fantastic way to do it. So Colin, let's just give you a really simple example, right? So say you bought 10 calls, right, for this Microsoft, or say you bought 10 contracts. At that first 10%, I like to take off about 20% of my exposure. So I would close, say, 2% of my contracts, close 2 of my contracts, right, 2 of my 10 contracts, and then I'd move my stop loss to entry price. So if I get stopped out at my entry price, right, I'm still making money, and then this way, this kind of allows me to sit and wait and survive some plays if it's going to be a bit choppy. So yeah, Paco, if you can't dedicate like what you feel like it is the attention it needs, then the market's always going to be there, right? You know that. You know how often we get plays in this first hour, right? Or in that first hour, sorry. So don't worry, dude. Don't FOMO yourself into an operational mistake. Let's go, Rusty. Holy dude, you must be crushing it. So the only reason I didn't take Microsoft was we just got, man, in your order window, when you click buy, right, you hit how many contracts you want to buy. Say you want to buy 10. Well, the next time when you hit sell, you sell 2 contracts. You fill in 2. okay, guys, I'm out. Right? So I'm out of this Microsoft, right? It shook us out, right? But that's why we lock in profit and protect entry, guys, right? So I still finished up 500 bucks on that play, right? That's exactly why you want to do it like that. So gross that it shook us out like that, really gross, to be honest. But that's exactly why we lock in profits, right? Do entry protection, so that even when we do get shaken out of plays like this, it's a paper cut. That's a positive one. Dude, Rusty, man, you're killing it. Gonna have to revoke that yearly winnings membership, I think. Obviously joking, Rusty. Can't you just change the order window, right? Where it can be a limit order or a stop order or a different type of order, right? Surely you can do that. That's what I do. Cheers, guys. I appreciate the. Yeah, you just gotta, man. You just gotta redo your stop loss, Colin. Right. So say you close 20 contracts or 2 contracts, right? Then you just close your stop loss, right? Cancel your stop loss order and just put in a new one for 8 contracts. I appreciate the feedback, guys. Really appreciate the feedback. It's gonna be day 14 here, Paco. Day 14. Cheers, Jack. Appreciate that too, man. So, guys, I still have a few spots, right? This is as good time as any, right? Still have a few spots on the DTR website, new and improved, I think, right? So a few spots still left at this price, at this 125. Normally 250 a month, and so just doing a little promo here, and so I got a couple spots left. So first come, first serve on those. If you joined today, I'll do my best to honor it. But you can lose a ton, guys. You can lose a ton. No worries, Paco. It's bound to happen eventually. But what I don't want from you here now, right, is don't chase it. So you've had a really nice run. You had an incredible September, really great start to October. So don't worry about it, dude, right? Conditions are still really good for us. Like you said, right, your mistake today was an operational one, right? It was an execution mistake, not necessarily a setup mistake, or it wasn't a psychological one. And so, dude, no worries, man. You'll be back from that, no problem. But don't force trades, right? We're still, like, historically, we're not getting a ton of follow through still here in these afternoons, right? So don't force something that isn't there. Yeah, that's perfect, Paco. I think that's the right mindset, right? Like that Microsoft didn't end up being perfect, right? Didn't give us as much fall through as we were hoping, but that was a clean setup on the a clean confirmation on the 5. So even though we didn't get a ton of follow through, right, it was still a good play. It still gave us enough of a chance to make some money. Yeah, Colin, it's still not great environments for swing trades, right? We're not in a trending market or an uptrend market, right? And so this to me still looks like it's a little bit of downward pressure, right? It looks like a descending triangle. So I would be a little bit careful. This to me still looks like it's more bearish than bullish. Hell yeah, Rusty. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. I guess beating me in fantasy is all the confidence you needed to start crushing it on your own. Just charity all around. I'll do it for anyone in the fantasy league. Oh, you beat me in fantasy. I'll give you all the confidence you need. Yeah, I did that. That's what I tried to do this week. I was like, oh, the Giants are playing the Saints. Giants suck. So surely the Saints are going to be good. Nope, they lost in overtime, 3 points. Lost to Rusty by 2 points. Cheers. Who's your team, Paco? Yeah, don't worry about what Twitter tells you. Just follow price action, man. If the market starts crashing, we'll be able to trade it, right? As long as those put premiums don't price us out, we'll be able to trade it just fine, right? So we don't need to worry about that kind of stuff. We'll be all just fine. Whoa. Huh. So just watching, still watching those Microsoft contracts right there in front of me. That spread went to 45 cents on that little pullback there for a sec. So that's a bit scary. This is creeping up to be really high volume here. Across the board stepping in. So I think we're okay not being in these plays at the moment, guys. This is just stress. We don't need that. No way. No way. That can't be true. Little bit annoying that this volume is stepping in now. Right. Maybe we're going to have an opportunity to enter here again. We may be running out of room to the upside here now. So I can't justify this yet, right? If we can keep that stop loss under 20 cents, we can take a stab at this. Otherwise, it's hard to justify towards that next area of resistance. Guys, right, we can't chase this here on Microsoft as much as I want to, right? That risk reward just is not justifiable. So can't chase it, right? Really want to, but can't do it. Same case across the board, unfortunately, for some of these other plays, right? Maybe we can get a really tight entry here in a sec on this Microsoft, but guys, right, we got 50 cents now to the upside, right? So we don't want to be too picky. What I don't like is this volume isn't fantastic, right? It's not as good as it could be, right? So I think there's stronger setups. I don't think this is A plus. I think I've talked myself out of it, guys. I'm gonna stay away. Yeah, this Microsoft, right? The risk reward just wasn't there. So we wanted to play this breakout here, but we only had like right 80 cents of upside here, right? We're expecting, and so the risk reward, right, just wasn't tight enough. So had to stay away. Not bad volume. See what it looks like on the longers. The longer time frame, maybe not so convincing here yet, Colin. Right, I think you probably want to catch your breath for a sec on this one and then look to go. right, so that looks like a failed breakout again here. Colin, did you end up taking that AMD? Yeah, good man, Colin. Good man. Good discipline. Round numbers are tough, and that volume never looked right. So it's starting to look better for sure, right? If we can get this thing above average, right, it starts to look like it could be ready, but it wasn't yet. So maybe starting to get closer to that now. Kind of interesting possible afternoon here. All right, like SPY, we've got room up, guys. We've got room up. So I am tempted by this, right? If this volume can fill out here, right? This is a really strong breakout outside this consolidation, right? Good increasing volume all the way up. So now let's see if we can get this thing to give us that full body candle here, right? Let's get this one or this one here. That's what we're looking for. I don't know, dude. I don't follow her portfolio. But I'm sure there's something if you Google it. no, no. Links are disabled for people who aren't me in the chat. 'Cause I had an issue before where I was getting spammed with porn bots. So yeah, if you want to send the link, you gotta put it in the Discord, right? Our private Discord, or send it to me on Twitter. Yeah, she never misses. It's incredible. She's best trader of all time. Oh, really good close there, all things considered from the SPY, right? Great volume, increasing volume, second highest volume bar of the, or third highest volume bar of the day, right? So pretty strong. If this thing can now break out over highs, right? Whatever these are here, right? I think this looks pretty interesting to me. All right, guys. So I'm going to be taking a shot at this if it goes. Right, size-wise, let's figure this out here quickly. Right, so can't justify it, right? Risk reward is still there. 2-to-1 on the dot, pretty much. I'm looking at the 437 calls here, October 8th expiration, right? October 8th expiration. If this thing can break out up and over this 434.25 area. This requires a bigger stop loss here, though, guys, right? So I am sizing down here, essentially playing this 1/3 size. I'm going to play this like 1/3 size. So just as an FYI for you all. Still watching here, guys, right? Still got a few pennies to go, but nothing too crazy. Nothing wrong with the consolidation here, right? That's fine. We're looking for entries on the 30-min time frame for now. And we'll look for breaks, right, over that 434.25. So I'm looking at the 437 calls if this thing can go. If it wants to take its time here, that's fine. But this is what I'm sitting on. There might be other plays, right, that look fine, but this for me is the cleanest. So I'd rather just wait for this, right? We've got that good risk-reward ratio. So let's see how this plays out, right? Still no entry yet, looking for that breakout, but sitting and waiting. Like I said on this, guys, playing at this about 1/3 size. Two priorities here. One, right, first priority, relatively large stop losses required for this play. So that naturally requires me to size down. And then priority number 2 is I am green on the day. And so primary objective here for the day is to finish green. So it means I need to size down my play, right? So that if I do take a stop loss here, I get stopped out, that I'll still be green on the day. So that's just FYI for you guys, right? Let's see if this thing wants to break out. Like I said, guys, looking for entry here. Well, Paco, this is a big stop loss, right? So it's a 60-cent stop loss, right? On a contract that's 30 cents for every dollar. So we're looking at like a 20 to 25% stop loss here. So that would be, half size, right? Starting point by default, and then sizing down. Yeah, exactly. So still waiting here, guys. Right? How'd you miss it then, Colin? You had the plan. What happened? Okay, still watching, guys. Right? Still watching here. A couple cents away. Okay, I'm in, guys. I am in. 145. In at 145. Yeah, don't worry about that, Colin. Those always be another one, dude. Don't worry about that. All right, remember, guys, right? First decent pop, we're going to look to take some off, right, guys? So things starting to move a little bit, right? Things starting to move a little bit. So first decent pop, guys. Look to trim your exposure. Let's not get greedy here, guys. Just because we're on smaller size, right, doesn't mean we don't need to trade this the right way. Keep building up those good habits, and we'll get there, guys, right? We'll keep getting there. So let's see if this thing can go. But any chance we can to de-risk, right, going to look to take that opportunity. In good shape here so far. So let's see if we can keep getting some ball through. But like I said, guys, don't be greedy here. So we're in great shape here, guys, right? Gonna look to take some off in a little bit here. Not quite there yet, but we're getting closer to that 10% mark, guys, right? So don't get greedy, right? Please don't get greedy. Um, if we can hit it, then I'm gonna look to take some off. Probably a little bit more of my position, right? It's a bit of a slow mover, like 1/3 of my position, and then let's even keep getting some follow through. But in great shape here, guys. In incredible shape. was a bit of a weird reaction too. I didn't like that very much. But that's why we go small size on this play, right? It's tough, like you say, Paco. It's tough when it gets to that 6% and then just like can't give you that next little oomph, right? But that's the way it goes. That's the way it goes. I think you're probably still okay if you're in this, right? Be a little bit careful though, obviously. But that was a interesting reaction. Yeah, I'm out as well. Yeah, dude, for sure, for sure. So we'll see if something else sets up here for us, guys, right? But a little bit annoyed with that SPY action. It's a little bit annoying. Still green here. Uh, that was the biggest red trade of the day, unfortunately. Gave back a decent amount, but still here. Um, let's see how the rest of the afternoon shapes up here, guys. But I don't want to take any unnecessary chances. So how does everyone feel about today's action? Do you guys understand sort of the plays we took, why we took them? Any questions about my trading style? Any questions about account management? Anything along those lines? Let's get after some of those stuff here. So unfortunately, guys, right, it's kind of quieted down here a little bit after that spy play, right? Just no real action. So we're keeping it really casual, guys, right? There's nothing obvious here for us to trade. We've had a decent amount of action here so far today. So no need to give away anything, right? Let's be pretty disciplined. Uh, I'm hopeful we can continue this momentum, right? But that's 14 days green in a row. Not every day is going to be a monster, right? And we're sort of dependent on the conditions dictated to us. Very challenging morning, right? Very choppy action. No real consistent follow through. And then a little bit of a breakout here this afternoon. So no real complaints, guys, right? You can't complain at all. So hopefully we can keep just stacking up this momentum. So really a nothing afternoon here, guys. Right, apologies for that. Nothing to trade for us. So continuing to remain really patient, but I don't anticipate getting any further plays here. So if you guys have any questions, right, let's go over them. Probably stick around for another few minutes, but I certainly don't anticipate any action here into the close. All right, guys. So last little pitch here, right? Not a bad little day for us all, right? We did pretty well. Not a ton of action, right? We had to size down on a lot of plays, but that's the way we needed to manage risk today, right? So another day where we all finished green, right? That's 14 in a row now, guys, and so that's a pretty impressive little streak, right? What I'm doing here, guys, is every day that the streak lives on, right? So this is now 14 days, right? Almost three trading weeks. Right, I'm gonna keep one spot open, right, or open up a spot, right, at the discounted rate. So, right, if you're interested in joining DTR, there are a couple spots still left at this $125 a month, right? Normally, right, this is double that, so we pay $250 a month, and you're gonna get access to everything, right? That's the member documents, the daily live stream, the private Discord, all that stuff, and then obviously you get access to me, right? And I'll work with you day in, day out to help you accomplish your trading goals. So otherwise, besides that, guys, right, join at www.dtrtrading.com. Like I said, spots are limited, only a few left, right? So join now or miss your chance, right? We're gonna keep trading like this and keep stacking up wins and keep having winning days. And this kind of consistency, right, it comes from learning a bulletproof process, and you'll learn how to do that here. You've seen in the chat, right, what members have had to say, and so there's no other real sales pitch required. So thanks for joining me today, guys. That was a lot of fun. I hope you all made a lot as well and crushed it, and hopefully we can just keep up this momentum. So thanks a lot for joining me, guys, and we will be back at it again tomorrow. Peace.